Life.
Yeah.
You do it,
and
Delaware?
Junior- Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, but it was like the eighties class.
Nice.
But, Kathy Curtis, I always forget his name. And Junior.
Oh,
I think
Victor Burr.
Yeah.
He's so
He
funny.
went back after all.
9 o'clock, we've got the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amended minutes from last Monday's meeting. Is there a motion?
What's amended?
Date was changed.
Oh, well, I have a copy that has the correct date, so
Right. That's what
was
I'm
it
saying.
amended?
As written,
As written, yeah.
That's the only change in it, that date, correct?
yes, and there's a comma at the end of the
That
first
Kevin
paragraph.
said it should, the post office code.
Ron was moved.
Second.
On the second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Consent agenda. The motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign one tax abatement to the county tax roll in the amount of $600.26.
Yeah, that reduces the evaluation about half or not quite. Was there a building tore down or a structure tore down or something?
An adjustment was made because the condition of the property was previously unrecognized. Additional information was provided by the property owner, resulting in a reduction of the appraised value.
So moved.
Tom has moved,
On second, Cody.
Dawn is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Miscellaneous motions. This to our first item on the agenda.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Leonard.
Thank you for having us back again. I did bring some people with me today. Last time we talked about the loan forgiveness, potential loan forgiveness. And there were a couple of comments that I wanted to address before having them speak. I know last time I basically was the one that did most of the talking along with Juanita, but and as I mentioned then, you know, basically I was not here when all this took place. So I brought some people that were here to talk about it a little bit, but I did want to address three things before I turn it over to them. One, I know that, you know, watching the meetings and stuff, there was a comment that was about salary, so I want to address that. So I think we've been pretty good stewards of the monies that you guys have given us over the years, and especially since 2015 when I came. But in 2015, the staff was given a 3% increase in February of 15, and that was, I didn't come till September, so that was done months before I came. In 2017, the long-term care CNA certified nurse aide base adjustment was made on 2/12 of 17, and the EMS market adjustment was done on July 2nd of 17. Those two things were just market adjustments. We were having difficulty in recruiting and hiring, so we did address those two departments then. In 2018, we did give a 3% increase that was effective across the board, except for myself in the position on 5/20 of 18. And on 2019, one of the goals that we've had, much like you guys are looking at doing right now, one of the goals that we've had is every year the Kansas Hospital Association twice a year does a wage review for all hospitals. And in looking at that, our goal over the past 3-4 years has been to get all of our employees up to at least the 50th percentile of those standards, which means that would make it easier for us to hire and harder for people to want to leave once they're here. And so in 2019, we had several people who actually, we based this on the 25th percentile, the 37.5 percentile, and the 50th percentile. And we had several minimum wage people who were below the 25th percentile. So we actually made 2 changes in 2019. One was to bring anyone who wasn't at the 25th percentile up to that. So we basically brought our minimum wage people to the 25th percentile. And then all of our nursing staff went to the 37.5 percentile. Again, with a goal of over time of getting everyone to the 50th percentile. So we still have a long ways to go with that. Just as an example, for us to make those changes to get everyone to the 50th percentile who's not there now, it would be about $600,000 a year, which is why we haven't done it. So I wanted to follow up with that. And then also I wanted to say that, again, being good stewards of the money that you guys have given to us in the past, we have stuck to the 372.40, which was the capital budget that we've had since 2015 when I came. And we prioritized that the best we could. And we've taken care of as many problems as we could with that money. So just so you know, I think we had at one time had to report all the things that we bought with it and did with it. I think a couple of years ago, we decided that we didn't have to do that anymore, but we still have those lists available if anybody ever wants to see those. And then finally, when we were talking last time I was here about some of the things that have gone on, I mentioned that to Tracy, our marketing person, so she put together the packet that you have, just as a reminder of what your investment goes to all the time. This, again, as I said, when I was here before, this truly is your health system. It's something to be very proud of. And if you look at the document that she put together for you, I think you'll see that it's money well spent in the community. 300 plus jobs that we work with, and we provide services way beyond a community of this size normally. So with that, I also wanted to point out a couple of things. I have Dr. Cheryl with me, the Chief Medical Officer, Judy Reese, who was a former board chair, and also last time I was here, I did not recognize Jody. And Jody Thomas is our current board chair. So I just want to make sure everybody knew who those people were. So having said that, unless there's any other questions, and I know you guys still have to talk about things and what to do, but I just thought maybe a little more input would give you something more to think about. Sure.
Yeah, Leonard wasn't here, and so I'm the one that got us in this mix. I was the interim CEO at the time, and the perfect storm happened. If you didn't know, some of you were here. After paying some bills, we had about $500 in the bank, literally. We were good at getting a new computer system, which Medicare doesn't reimburse for about 3 months until those billing numbers go into effect. So we went 3 months without being able to bill. And so all of that implosion occurred, and that's why we came to you. That's why I came to you at the time, because we really didn't have any outlet or recourse. At the time, I really thought that there was some money available to do that and to assist us. And I honestly didn't know that it would be in a loan format. And so when we were okay for that, I thought, this is great. We're going to move ahead and, be able to handle operations. And was in the office to sign papers. And it was only at that time that I realized that this was a loan process. But I didn't really have any option. It was that, or we'd probably lose the hospital unless somebody else comes in and takes over, like a Health Midwest or something of that nature. Which, if you know anything about the area, when that happens and you lose control of your hospital, you lose control. And if that big operation decides you aren't making enough money for us or whatever, so ask Independence, ask Fort Scott, bigger communities than we are. So obviously we appreciated everything the commission did for us at that time. We had to go elsewhere and get some other monies too, through our foundation, et cetera, other loans. But we were very thankful that you guys were able to step up. And moving forward, you know, for getting this option really gives us the opportunity, hopefully, to get to a point where we're just not taking care of operations. You know, when you have any structure, your physical plan, et cetera, if you're just taking care of operations and you're not handling everything else, you're not improving your salaries, you're not going to have the employees come, you're not going to have the facility to do what you need. So obviously, we thank you for everything you've done in the past, and hopefully moving forward, we can make this even better. Do you have any questions for me, since I was the one that caused all this mess?
I was here, and I don't really think you're the one that caused the mess, if you want to get into it. I know what happened,
Okay,
so don't
well, I
take the
appreciate
blame.
it. All right, thank you.
Hello.
Morning.
Hi, I just wanted to just say, I worked for the hospital 19 years ago for 18 years. And it was an opportunity. I've seen a lot of change and a lot of growth at that time. And then since I've been gone for 19 years, and I've been on the board for almost 4 years now, I've seen such a difference in the way that our whole hospital is structured and run, and the opportunities that we have and what we've been given with just the staff and the outsourcing that we have at the hospital coming in and whatnot. And I just wanted to say, for our capital improvements and such, we've got a long ways to go to stay up with everything with our EMR. I work with EMRs in my job every day. And with that, I see a lot of hospitals that are having they've struggled, and because they're not keeping up with their capital improvements and such. So with that said, we've got a long way to go to keep up with what's going on the outside. For instance, if we want to start doing more telehealth and stuff, we need upgrades and updates to our EHR, electronic medical record, to kind of keep up with the growth and everything there. And what we have to do at the hospital to keep up with all of the equipment and stuff to keep us top notch and keep our people coming back to us too. We've got a great staff, so we've got to keep up with the great equipment that we have too. So I just want to thank you guys for listening to what we have to say. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't have much more to add what Dr. Shellinger has said, but one of the things that we do as a board, we look at the financials week by week and month by month and year by year, obviously. But we also want to be able to look 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and be able to plan. And it makes a little bit of difference when we have this loan sitting over here. What can we do? What can we not do? Do we have to pay it back? Do we not? So having an end in sight would really help us with our strategic planning. It's our hospital, it's your hospital. We want to work together, and you guys have been wonderful all these years that I've been on the board working with us, so we're very thankful for that. And I think we both want goals, so I know today that we can reach that. So it's time to thank you.
And historically, I have one more thing. So if I could just say one more thing. Since the last time that we were here, our Jody mentioned the EHR and our internet and wireless and all that kind of issue that we have. Since then, since 2 weeks ago, we have had all kinds of difficulty. And to fix that problem, it's going to take about $330,000, which we had to commit to do it. Just so you're aware, I mean, just 2 weeks ago, I didn't have that comment, but today I do, and we had to do it, I mean, we don't have any option. I just want to let you know that. And thank you again for giving us a chance.
Leonard, we had a document that was passed around 2 weeks ago, PPP 2.7. What's the status of it?
A week as of last payroll, it's all gone.
What do you mean it's all gone?
It has all been used. We got that a couple
So you
months
did
ago.
receive, you did receive it.
We did receive it, and we have used that for payroll benefits and health insurance for the last 2 months. So as of our last pay period, last Friday, I got a note from Juanita that said that money is all done now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to stay?
If you want, we may have some questions. I know last
Okay.
2 weeks ago, I had thrown out the idea that if we forgave a portion and then waived payments for 2 years, would that be, I mean, it obviously wouldn't be as beneficial as forgoing the whole thing right now, but would that be an offer?
I have a comment on
Entertain,
that
or-
before they even
Okay.
answer that. I have a comment on that. I know there's some on the board who said, let's forgive the whole thing. I've sat here and said, I am not willing to forgive the whole thing, but I'm willing to compromise. And I've been thinking about it quite a bit, and I've had some different people rattle me on the phone, and I appreciate that. Different people from in the hospital, outside the hospital. And I'm willing to compromise, but what I would propose is forgive half of the loan this year and delay any payment on the loan for 5 years, which would give them an opportunity to do their 5-year program and not even have to worry about that loan for 5 years. And in 5 years, have an agreement, 5 years, come back and take a look at it again. Instead of the 2 years, I want to go out 5 years and give them an opportunity to really be able to do what they need to do. And I look at that another way too. Probably most of us won't be here in 5 years. So it'll be a whole new group of community people that will decide the future of the hospital then. So, I mean, that's my proposal out of what I'm willing to do.
Mr. Chairman, I think I mentioned last time that anytime we ask them for payment, we're gonna get repaid with tax dollars. Now, I can explain this more if necessary, but what I'm saying is that it's literally county money either way, and money's just shifting from the left hand to the right hand. And for that reason alone, I would say forgive the loan, because I don't want to repay ourselves with more tax dollars.
I look at it kind of like Fred does. I mean, I think with blessing of having Wolf Creek here and the hospital be part of our infrastructure we need to work on, I don't have a problem with a compromise and or forgiving the entire loan.
I suggested last 2 weeks ago that my thought is, and I agree with Fred, and I also agree with Bob a little bit. You know, any time of business, and the CHS is absolutely a business, except you don't have to technically go out and borrow money and still have debt sitting over you that you might get your loan request turned down. Because we're here to back it up 100%. And we absolutely can't let happen here what happened in Fort Scott and Independence, in my opinion. And we know Anderson County and Allen County just went through a restructure with the hospital in Kansas City, as I understand it. And like Dr. Shell said, that, you know, I'm not sure that's a good way for us to go because they can shut the door any time on us. So there, to me, there's enough red flags there. And we either propose capital outlay of $8 or $9 million the next 5 years. You know, the proposal Bob suggested Fred and Tom made, you know, both of them are better alternatives than what we're in right now. Absolutely. And like Fred says, changing tax dollars from one entity to another one, if taxpayers are taking care of the whole thing at the ultimate end. And like I said 2 weeks ago, I don't have any problem forgiving it at this point. And hopefully, you wouldn't have to come back and ask for $3 or $4 million 3 years down the road for your capital outlay. You know, the hospital's doing great right now, although the last 3 or 4 months haven't been very good. We understand that part of it. And hopefully that's showing some improvement here the last month.
You know, if I could, Don, just to talk to that, you know, through June, through last Friday, we normally average about $115,000 a day in gross revenue. We were at $113,000 for all of June.
So you're back
we're
up.
kind of starting to get back to where we want to be again, which would allow us to be near the break-even portion. We want to do more than that. But that's a huge step in after the last 2 or 3 months of what has happened nationally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and of course that goes back to having providers and, you know, having the community come back to us and do the things that we want them to do here. So, you know, yeah, we took a big step so far in June and hopefully it'll keep going.
Well, I think we're talking about economic development, and to me, saving 300 jobs is economic development.
It is.
I'm not opposed to saving the jobs, and I think we can save the jobs, but I also was here when we gave the loan, and I think they need to have a little skin in the game. And I think a 5-year program, in my opinion, gives them an opportunity out there to continue to do what they need to do with the hospital and with the work to make it work. And we don't know what would happen in 5 years. You know, the way this world is going, we may be gone, everybody gone in 5 years. We don't know what's going to happen. But I just want to take the burden off of you for 5 years. You don't even have to worry about it. We're going to forgive half of it and not even worry about what's going to happen in 5 years with that. That's my thinking on it.
You know, I'll just say this, in that, 5 years is 5 years, but, you know, when Bob actually came to see me and we talked about this one-on-one, Brett came to see me, I appreciate that, and I had a call. So I know you guys are aware of everything that we're trying to do, but Bob, I know when you and I talked and you left that day, we said, you asked me, well, what do you think about forgiving half of the note this year, defer the payments for a year, and then taking it back up in another year? And I said at that time, at least that's an end in sight. I think 5 years extends it to a point where it's still in the back of everybody's mind. You know, if it's 2 years, I think that's more feasible to be able to work with as far as a master plan or something that, you know, where the hospital would be in 5 years. In 5 years, if it's extended to 5 years, you're still thinking about that every single year. And I think that's the problem that and this fly, or the problem that I would have with that kind of a time period.
You'd rather see short term.
I can compromise too, if we forgive half of it this year and we take another look at it another year or two. I compromise with that too. I just cannot, I owe to the taxpayers, the people out here that I represent.
And so do we. We do that every single day.
And you and I owe it in different ways.
We do. I'm seeing
And I'm willing, if you want to do it if these guys want to do it for a year, 2 years, I'm fine with that. I mean, I want to keep the hospital here. I was one of the biggest pushers for it probably when we came to give these loans and do all this.
I don't doubt that.
And I know exactly. And I'll tell you, when the hospital was less than a year old, I was one of the patients in there and got my polio shot from there. So I've been connected to that hospital all my life. So I want to keep it here.
Well, I don't want anybody to think that we're unappreciative or anything like that. It's just that I feel like we're in a position now that maybe in a couple of years, without this, in a couple of years, we could be much, much stronger. Probably offer more services, do the kinds of things that I think you guys expect from your health system and want from it. And we want to be able to do those kinds of things too. So I mean, I think if you look at where we are, we're an award-winning hospital. I don't think anybody ever expected to be able to say that 5 years ago. I mean, this is the model. That's what I do. I mean, my job is to come to a community, do the best we can, create a model that people want to be like. And I can tell you, that's exactly where we are right now. But we're up there because we have the medical staff, we have the board. You guys hear me talk about the commissioners all the time. In every conversation that I have about where we were and where we are is because of this group that we're talking to right now. Because without that, we wouldn't have been there.
Can I just tag team on Leonard real quick? You guys probably all know this, but in '93, when I came, there was really no stability in the medical community. You guys were getting a doctor every year, every 2 years. They'd come and then they'd go, they'd come and then they'd go. At that time, the hospital's revenue was $2 million and it was given $750,000 in tax support at the time. So about 33% tax support. Now we're at what, 42 million in revenue? Tax support obviously significantly less. The only thing I wanted to add is, I think Leonard's more optimistic than I am because I know where healthcare is. The government can't afford healthcare. And so what they do every year is they decrease reimbursement to the hospital. So a CAT scan 20 years ago cost us $200,000 and we got $1,200 for a CAT scan. Now a CAT scan costs well over $1 million and we get $40 per scan. And so Siemens, IBM, those people, they don't get their reimbursement decreased. We do. So when we need to buy something new, we're paying top dollar, we're getting reimbursed less. That's not going to get better in the future. So reimbursement is going to continue to go down, puts more and more stress on a hospital that's small. So going forward, having this hanging over our head, I think is a little difficult. So just keep that in mind.
You know, we're continue to look for good things down the road, like you said, Leonard. The things are gonna have to be awful good for you to service an $8 to $9 million capital outlay in the next 5 years.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to pay to a break-even hospital, to a $2 million plus hospital to service that capital outlay.
Yeah.
And I don't see anything to change that, except like Dr. Shell said, that capital outlay you projected to be at 8 or 9 million, those capital outlay projections 5 years from now, they might be double what they are today.
So let me address that if I may. And I don't need to keep going back to this, but 5 years ago when I came,
And come up here a little closer.
so 5 years ago when I came, the number that Dr. Schell just told me about 42 million was 31 million. So, and just with one price increase during those 5 years, we've increased from 31 to 42 million. So Don, to address that, I would say, just as I said previously, our goal is to strengthen our services, to bring more services, to get more people to come here to, example, OB. We would love to get our OB back up to the 200 level. Last year we were like 65. So we remodeled it, the foundation gave us the money to remodel our room. Our hope is that we can get the OB back to 100 this year and then just go from there. When we get the OB dollars, we get them from birth to earth, that's our goal. But the reality is, we know that to be able to pay for those kinds of things in the future, we have to get our revenues up. I mentioned the last time I was here that we're talking to a physician. We have some mid-levels, we've had additional mid-levels. We're looking at all telehealth, we're looking at every option out there to help increase our revenues. And this would just be an opportunity for us to accelerate those kinds of things. That's the only reason we're here. Anything?
More questions?
Well, just go back to our conversation.
Sure.
I actually thought about it, and I thought the 5-year program might be a better deal for you to pressure off of you. But then you made the comment that 1 or 2 years. So I'm willing to compromise for 1 or 2 years, but.
Like I said, I think that it would be wonderful if it were gone, but I understand your position and where you are and what you know, I understand you have voters to respond to. But at the same time, we have physicians and patients and all the kinds of things that we need to do with. So in 2 years, I think that would be a real end in sight. I mean, that's reality. You start talking about 3, 4, 5 years, and then like you said,
New set of
Bob,
problems.
yeah, it could be a whole new set of problems and a whole new group of people here to talk to you about it. I mean, that's the thing. We're fortunate that we've done the things that we needed to do to get us here to even have this conversation. If we hadn't done the things that we did over the last 5 years, including keeping our staffing down, our days in AR, when I first came here, were like 108 to 110. Tonight, when we meet, they're gonna see the numbers are 45 and 48, 45 knots, but 48 in clinic. That's incredible. I've never seen numbers that low before. So I just want you to know, we're doing the best we can, we're doing the right thing as much as we can, and we can sure appreciate it, and we can sure use you guys' help. I mean, in that, going forward. So,
The document that you presented 2 weeks ago,
Huh?
if I remember right, capital outlay on the second year was almost 5 million.
yeah, it was, and that was just because we pushed things out.
How's that gonna happen?
Well, it's probably not, to be honest with you. That's why it's a 5-year plan.
That's the reason everything will just keep moving.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep moving those things along as we can.
And every business, I don't care what it is, every business restructures their 5-year plan
Yeah.
every year.
Yeah,
That's just part of business.
and it's part of what Medicare requires also. Because that's why we do that, more than anything else, is it's a requirement of Medicare to provide a capital budget. So that they understand that you may be there in 5 years, or you have a plan to be there in 5 years.
I've got a sample motion I wrote down here. Move to waive 50% of the loan balance to CHS and defer payments for 24 months with the intent to evaluate total forgiveness in May of 2022.
You making that a motion?
That's a sample motion I have. I can make the motion, or if somebody else wants to make the motion.
You just read it and I'll second it.
I moved, Bob second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's what, it is what it is, and we appreciate it.
And I wanted to make that part of the motion, that our intent's to evaluate that again for total forgiveness. I mean, that.
Okay,
Anyway,
thank you.
if it
very
has
much.
different people, then-
Appreciate your time and.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't know how the hospital got there and it wasn't a fault of any of those people.
No, I think they have improved the hospital leaks and balance from
Yes,
where it
they
was at that time. Got us ahead of schedule.
Mike's here, you wanna take Mike?
Mike, you wanna go?
Well, it depends on what I'm on the agenda for.
Okay, kids. Okay, kids.
Okay, 15 minutes for Wayne done, so.
Yeah, I shouldn't take very long. Good morning, everybody. We come in every year. I'm the chairman of the OK Kids Board again this year. And we planned and decided that we're gonna go ahead and move forward with OK Kids. It's time to start living life and maybe move forward. If we need to make changes at that time, then we can make changes and cancel if we have to. I mean, we haven't done it yet. We came close the last 2 years because of the weather. Now we've got the COVID going on and, you know, we're gonna keep that in mind, but we're still gonna move forward and try to have this event. This is our 20th year, our 20th event. We have one every year, so this is the 20th. The commission has been a big part, a very big part of OK Kids. And I'm here again
to see if you guys would like to donate to the program.
Yeah.
What did we give last year?
You guys have donated $1,500 the last several years.
Do you see the cost going up, or everything remain the same for you?
Well, the thing with that is, and, you know, this has been a tough year on businesses. And businesses are a big part of sponsorship for OK Kids. We just now started sending out our letters and stuff that we do. And, you know, I verbally spoke with some of them, and some of them were saying, hey, you know, we're sorry, we're not gonna be able to do this, which we understand. I mean, we totally understand. And so, you know, we're gonna do the best we can with what we got, and, you know, we're planning another great event, looking at some new stuff coming in, so, you know, we're gonna do the best we can.
About what percentage of the kids do you think are Coffee County kids?
So that's always a question that comes in every year.
Yeah, I ask it every
Hey,
year.
you do, and we have tried the last several years to try to count kids and try to count, you know, keep track of where they're coming from. And it's just hard. I mean, without some extra person there, and that's another thing, you know, volunteers, you know, our volunteer counts are down. So we're pulling people where we can. And we'd have to have a group of people just designated to stand out there at those gates and say, hey, where are you from? And it's just tough. I'm gonna say our percentage is up in the 80%, 90%. I mean, it's still a high Coffee County event, but we do get a lot of people from all over.
But some of those are because of grandparents and stuff that are here though too.
And some are, and some of those are people just driving through and they seen the sign out on the highway, because we use the road signs. And so they drove down there, just check it out and see what's going on. I mean, we push this out, we push it to Emporia, we push it out. And we get them from all over the place.
You do get a few from out of county, but from what I witnessed, you're probably right, 80 to 90%.
It's still a high percent of our kids, our people.
Very, very neat event. You've never been, I would suggest you go.
And a few of you have been out there, and we would like to invite every single one of you to come out there and just kind of see what it is. Just come see what we do, see what we put on for the kids.
You guys have put in a lot of work to get this done. It's a way neat event. Again, I can't stress it enough. If you've never been, well, Wade was there last year, so.
We do, and this is not just emergency services that does this. We play a big role in it, the EMS,
12 Forever's there.
fire department, ambulance, law enforcement, Burlington Police Department, Lebo Police Department, a lot of emergency services. But there is a lot of people out there, business-wise, community-wise, all over Coffee County that partake in this, that help set this up. 12 Forever is a big supporter for us, a big help for us.
Yeah, they are.
Wildlife, parks and tourism.
Wildlife and parks and tourism, you know. Brad Hageman, he was our wildlife and parks guy in this area. You know, you really don't know what you got until you lose it, that old cliche.
Mm-hmm.
But we had a meeting the other day, and we're sitting there going through the list. It's like, okay, Brad's got that, Brad's got that, Brad's got that. Whoever takes Brad's place has got big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
So, you know, we got a lot of great people, a lot of great businesses that do come in and help partake. And we thank them, and we thank you guys, and we thank Coffee County for allowing us to have this.
Well, I had no problem giving you the same as last year if that's sufficient.
What's your annual expenses out there, Brian?
I don't have any of that with me, Bob, or Don, sorry. We do break it up, and I think we're up in the 10,000 range, 12,000 range, roughly. But it's all donations that come in and pay for that. And also being one of those years, or that year, we don't know what insurance is gonna do to us. You know, we don't know, we're starting to get things in, like we're looking at the zip line like they use down here for the Oktoberfest. Well, things like that, the bouncy houses, they bring their own insurance on with that stuff. They have to. Well, to cover the entire event, we've got to have insurance on that. Well, with COVID, we don't know where we're going to stand just yet, where that insurance is going to be. So
I wouldn't have a problem with giving a little bit more, and probably shouldn't say it, but I'm gonna say it, I think that we have a lot more people benefit from this than we do from Honor Flight, and we give them money every year, which I'm opposed to. But I think this benefits a lot more of the taxpayers of Coffee County, and it really kids. So I'm not opposed to $2,000 for it, especially since we got out, and you don't have to ask the retailers have lost out during this COVID, and if we can help make it up, I'm all for it.
I appreciate that.
I would suggest, I'm in favor of at least what we have given in years past, and definitely in favor of more. If you want to wait until you see some numbers of potentially how far off you're going to be from other contributions.
You won't know that till the last
Well,
week. You won't. know.
And that's the
Or
tough part.
maybe until you get your insurance estimate, or, because I mean, that's probably your biggest expense.
That's one of them, yeah.
One of the,
Our young people is the most important part of our communities and of our county and everything else. And I'm surprised that we've only been going 1,500 for several years, to be right honest with you, for the number of kids that's been involved in it. And I think even though we're trying to control expenses, for the value we get out of it, and for the contribution and all the donation of time, I think it's time we need to get a little more aggressive myself.
And every year I come in here in the last 4 years, 5 years that I've done this, Bob's always been one that goes, so how much do you want? Well, I'm not one, and this board's not one to say, hey, I want you to pay this X amount of dollars. We appreciate everything that you guys do for us. And it's hard for us to say, here, we want exact numbers. We would like to leave that up on the board and have you guys, whatever you guys feel that you need to put towards us, we appreciate that.
I'm not opposed to 2,000 either. So,
It's like the catfish deal, we contributed $3,000 to it, not to pick on it, and that's probably money well spent by our economic development department, but, $2,000 here to me is probably not as much equally as what that 3 is, so.
And
I can support the 2 very quickly, or even maybe a little more, but
And I know
our young people is what we need to stay in our county sooner or later.
you betcha, because those kids that go to this event now, when we started 20 years ago, they're bringing their kids here now. And so if we can keep this going and keep bringing those kids back, and we have something for them, I mean, the better off we'll. A couple of years ago, I can tell you that the money that you guys donated went towards helping New Strong put fish in the pond, the city lake. They were at that point where they needed fish and stuff, so we made an agreement with New Strong, City of New Strong, and we donated towards assisting with paying for part of the fish that we put in there because we had the fishing tournament. So as for this year, I can't tell you if it's gonna go right towards insurance. It may go towards some of the meal, it may go towards, bringing in an event. I mean, because the zip line costs quite a bit of money to bring in.
do you make a motion?
I'd suggest giving 3,000, if we give 3,000 for a catfish tournament. This probably draws in more people.
It's a lot of people.
We'll give 2,500 for Honor Flight.
I'm happy we,
3,000 or 2,500?
25.
Going once. What, typically, what do we fund that from, or what fund we for that?
Usually comes from general, I think.
Just general?
Yeah, just, general community improvement.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we give OK Kids $2,500 in contributions.
Thomas moved,
I'll second.
Thomas second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries 5-0. General fund, community improvement.
Community improvement.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. If you guys can make it out there, I really wish to see you guys out there, and we'll give you a green tour. Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
And you can run the grill on my property again if you want.
I'm sorry?
You can put the grill on my property again if you want.
Okay.
The bear.
Wayne, if you're ready.
Okay. Good morning.
You really only need 15 minutes.
I have no motions,
Okay.
but I do have a few talking points,
I
so
know, no motions, I thought.
what follows me, your break?
Yeah.
You may not need a break.
Or we may.
You may need a break. You may need a break. Okay, there's construction zone.
Okay, thank you.
And special issue for Lewis Oil. Okay, at this point, no road permits, one zoning permit included in your packet. As I would move into construction zone, I'd just go ahead and touch on the landfill. At this point, we expect to be laying down the clay liner this week. We're doing the walkout test today. There are a few locations that we still have some excavation, but the inspectors from Blackstone will be there, and we should be starting on the clay liner. So that's good news. The rest of the construction zone would be, at this point, seasonal work. We have a few locations where we are putting in entrances. We are working several folks at the landfill. We're also doing the patching countywide at this point, getting ready for our chip seals. So that's construction zone unless you have any questions. Then moving on to just a few locations, one of our bridges, this will be a bridge update for the 6 bridges for the surfacing repairs and overlay. And so 106, this is the bridge that is just east of Immer, east of Fauna actually, over on 12th Road. And so that one they have closed. It was closed over the weekend. Unfortunate, but there was quite a bit of work. And I have some photos to show you that work. And there is some deep patching, full depth patching, what we call that. Those are just some of the photos of 106. 106 was a bridge built according to our records in 1963, about 57 years old. The one reason why I want to visit about this, other than just to show you some of the reflection of the patch work, was asphalt was removed about 5 inches average, 6 inches in a few spots. So we removed the weight of the asphalt on the structure. The other thing is, as you can see underneath the asphalt, you had concrete repairs that was needed. You don't know what you have underneath the asphalt until you remove it. The other is, since it was built in 1963, 12th Road was originally a gravel road. And so the bridge was at the same grade elevation as the gravel road. And so once they overlaid it, put asphalt on 12th Road, they actually overlaid the bridge at that point as well. So when we removed the asphalt off the bridge, we also removed the asphalt on the approaches to allow a smooth transition. And so now what we have is actually gravel road right at the bridge approaches. So what that means is that we're going to have to go back through there and actually excavate out that subgrade, go deeper, place more subgrade, and then place asphalt on top of that. At this point, we did the same thing, similar. There was less asphalt, some patch and repair on Immer, over between 8 and 8.5. But this one seems to be, it's going to be a little bit more extreme. There's going to be more work. There's going to be more cost associated with it.
And so at this point, what I'm gonna do is contact the asphalt suppliers instead of going through the contractor as a change order, is one is allow him to go ahead and give me a price onto it, but then also contact the other suppliers in the area and maybe make it a standalone type of project. And so that's one option that I have right now. So I will be seeking prices, costs associated with that.
This is the bridge just east of Fauna there,
Yes.
between Fauna and Darner.
Yes, sir. Mhm. So, there will be, some bids, informal bids requested on that to do the repairs on the approaches.
On Emmer, were those complete or were they just opened back up?
At this point, it was opened back up. The approaches, the asphalt's gonna be at a later time. I don't know exactly. They did not give me a schedule.
The bridge deck.
But the bridge deck is open, the approaches are open. It's safe enough at this point. The thing is, there's just enough asphalt to still have a surface, an asphalt surface. But it will degrade because there's not much asphalt surface there. The subgrade actually is starting to protrude in a couple of locations. So what I see is within a short period of time, who could predict what that would be, but in a short period of time, actually that's going to degrade and start wheel driving. So that's the reason why we had to beef up those approaches, but we're only going out 15 feet, 5 feet on one side, 15 feet on the other. This one here over on 12th Road to jump over on 106 is we're going to go every bit 50 to 100 feet on both sides. Be able to get that transition, be able to get that thickness, because keep in mind the gravel was the same elevation as the bridge. And so we're going to have to go down. Normally what you would have concrete approaches on your bridges for the first 20 feet outside your bridge. But in this case, I wouldn't recommend it because it's going to be much more expensive to do the concrete. And then the other side is, the advantage is, the reason why you do the concrete is because you normally have settlement around the abutments. But since it's been there for a period of time, most of that settlements have already occurred. So you're not really gaining too much other than to beef up the subgrade underneath the asphalt. So worst case scenario, if they open that this week, which they're doing the patching this week, if they open that this week, what we'll do is put loose gravel signs posted at the bridge, and then also have construction to slow down speeds around 45 at this point. So it will be somewhat work in progress. The other bridge that they had done the milling on, which was only chip seals, and that was down in the Leroy area. They had done that last week, and then they also had opened up that bridge as well. We do not know the condition at this point as far as how much patching that's required onto it. They have not done the chain drag or the soundness testing. So I cannot give you an idea at this point. But I do expect that they will be on there probably towards the end of the week, that I will visit with them to see if we can schedule it in a way that it would not be closed over the weekend. Do what we can, but 12th Road, I just could not get that where it was open. We had rain on Friday. That stopped them from doing any of the patching, and they have at least 2 days of patching right now. So that's not possible. The other locations, some of them we visited about last week. One of them was the curve coming east out of town, out of Burlington on Yosho over the bridge. And on that curve, there's also the road that we go to the landfill. Basically on the inside radius of that curve on the gravel side, we get potholes throughout the year on it. We'll go in, we've actually done some grinding, milling. We had used asphalt millings in there at one time. We've even over chip sealed when we've done those roads. That edge continues to actually pothole out, per se. And so try and make it safe, but it's put on our list at this point. We could go back in and asphalt that and actually spend quite a bit of time and money to fix that inside radius, which could be advisable because of all the time that you spend on it, fixing it routinely. You could also validate to say if you fixed it permanently, you wouldn't have as much issues. That's true. But I'd also say too, we're increasing speeds on that inner radius because as we have basically widened the road, people will take the inside curve and they will increase their speed as they come around. So you also have that to be part of it too. So it's kind of a balance, and you just try to find the balance in what's most economical approach.
Remember those little plastic things we put up, maybe Shetland and Old Highway 50?
Yes.
Corner?
Mm-hmm.
Or
They work.
is that a possibility out there?
Well, what you have is you still must maintain your 5 foot for a clear zone portion of it. So you can place those inside that inside radius. That is a possibility.
Worked pretty good up there, didn't it?
It did. It slowed a lot of folks down as far as coming into that corner of that fence. That was the reason, or the erosion that was occurring at that ditch. And so it does have that possibility. Those are a type of delineator. What it does, it gives an object for a person to say they want to avoid. And so no matter, how durable or not flexible that it may be, they still will try to avoid it. So there is some of that psychology that goes with that. But at this point, we haven't used those for those purposes. We have used them for a few at the intersections. That's always a possibility. The other ones were the 2 locations for the curves, 13th Lane and actually Lynch Place. That was a frontage road that was actually created, a frontage road that was connected into a county road, but it was a frontage road that was built by KDOT when they were doing the bridge over on 75 Highway. And so what they have is on all their curves, they have the Shamron signs or posts, but they did not have a curve sign at 13th Lane. I'm doing an investigation onto it now to see what we have, but I can see where it potentially would need to be looked at and justified on a curve. The other one was in 6th and Planter that we had visited about. There is no curve sign as you're coming from the west going east. There is no curve sign right there. You have the building, and then basically you have the river in that area. So I'm looking at that as well, as far as engineer studies. So those locations are being evaluated at this point. Okay. That's all. Unless you have any questions for me. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you. 15 minutes?
I got it.
You did. Hey, Frank. Sure. You got more to do. Yeah. Okay, quick break.
You can call Victor out there. My wife wants to. Cat. I call his county, because born over, and I kicked everybody in the butt.
Really?
Yeah.
For 25 months. See what the weather's gonna be like.
total forgiveness in May 2022.
You know, who do you
Ron, you have my book. I still need to find some stuff out of it.
Sorry.
Just need a paper.
Get it out of the way.
That's okay. Back in there now.
You did, okay, all right, great, thanks.
Russell, did you have something for us? So, on the CARES Act, as you, 22 billion, I think 1.25 billion exactly. And, the two big counties, over 500,000, got their money directly. Like, Sedgwick got, I think, 110 million, and Johnson, or maybe it was the other way around. Johnson got 110 million, Sedgwick got 99 million. But the rest of the counties, they came out with this chart on how they were going to distribute the money. And they're supposed to be sending us a sample resolution that we will have to sign. So what the fine print in it is, I don't know yet. But,
I might have that, Russell. I think I might have seen that.
oh, did they send that?
I did. I'll check on that.
They said they sent this to the emergency managers and the county clerks. And then this is the letter that went along with it. And so, I just wanted to, let the commission know about that. What they've said verbally on our 1 o'clock state DOC briefing phone calls is that their initial intent is for 50% to go for reimbursement of expenses and 50% to go to direct aid. What the exact definition of that direct aid is, again, I don't know. They haven't sent out the fine print, like I said. But they also said that we know a lot of counties only had a few cases, and so they aren't going to have that big of a expense bill for reimbursement for expense. So what they, verbally they said is they anticipate having the county write up something, little deal about, hey, we didn't have that much expenses. We would like to switch from 50-50 reimbursement aid to 80-20, 90-10, whatever, and turn that in, and they anticipated that being approved. Let's see, I was gonna say something else. Oh, and so my question is, does the commission want to start going on this? Because what they also said verbally is they want the money spent by October. One question that's been asked is that October 1st or October 31st, and they said, we don't know, we'll get back to you on that. And the other question that I asked is that committed on PO, or is that check written and out the door and the goods or services in hand? They said, we don't know on that either, we'll get back to you. So we've asked those questions, but I thought the commission would at least want to be thinking about this and have this in mind. What direction they want to go. Does the commission want to start some sort of a application process for, cities, schools, hospital, industry that's been affected? The other thing they talked about was that local government, meaning counties, cities, I assume that means schools, but I don't know, where would the hospital fall, I don't know. They don't want local government to retain more than 45%. They want the rest to be public-private partnerships. What that exactly means is, again, I don't know, but that's what they're talking about. So they want industry that's been affected to be a participant in this. So I assume that could mean hairdressers, barbers, restaurants, so on and so forth. So my one question is does the commission want to take any action? And then two, if you do, or start some sort of a rough draft of some sort of an application process. And if that you can look at next Monday when we have more definitive information, and then they
changes or tweaks to it? And if you do, who do you want to do that? Do you feel like it's an economic development thing? Do you think it's a clerk thing? You want emergency management to do it? You know, those are the primary questions I have for the commission right now.
Well,
And I may or may not be able to answer any questions you have.
yeah, probably can't answer this one. So in the governor's letter, it says that the Spark Task Force developed a three-phase approach for distribution. First round providing $400 million in direct aid to counties to be used for COVID-related expenditures and reimbursements consistent with guidelines provided by the United States Department of Treasury. And the attached spreadsheet is the Spark Wave 1 distribution amounts by county. So that leads me to believe that this total here, the 1.7 million, 1.76, is to be used for COVID-related expenditures and reimbursements consistent with the guidelines provided by the United States Department of Treasury.
And I think the impression I got from our calls is that includes the direct aid is kind of economic stimulus. So.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if someone asks for an amount that meets the guidelines provided by the United States Department of Treasury, it can come from this money.
That's my understanding. Again, we'll know more once, I think they actually have a call today. It's either 10, I think it's 11, I forget if it's 10 or 11, that the public can watch on Zoom, because that Spark Committee is supposed to make some more definitive decisions and maybe finalize this sample resolution they're going to send out with some of the fine print that maybe answer some of these questions.
But to me, as it sits now, I would think it would make more sense if it came through emergency management, since it's for COVID-related expenditures and reimbursements. Maybe they'll have a application or how that process looks, have guidance for that soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I would think emergency management would be the place, but I also think there needs to be an application form for it, so that, as you said, only a certain percentage can go to this, so we have to keep track of that part and stuff.
It's kind of like the EIDL for the SBA. Here's the money, but we don't have all the strength attached to it yet.
Right. He they extended that, whatever, 8 weeks, it's on down to 12 or 20, I can't remember which one, but yeah, they extended it.
So they'll be giving us this money in a lump sum that we'll need to create a fund for probably,
I would assume so.
call it Spark Wave.
Yeah. And what they implied before, which I called with another question, of course they couldn't answer this morning, but if you look at the far right lower total, is 615. So what they said originally, and I believe like Cody just read in his letter, the first round they were looking at 400 million. Well, this indicates the first round is going to be 615 million. So instead of spending a third of it, they're going to spend half of it. And what they told us before then, I don't remember if it says it in this letter, they were looking at 3 rounds. This would be round 1, and then round 2 and round 3 would be more focused and have more guidance, and you'd have a longer time to spend it. But it would be more focused on private industry, nonprofits, and all that good stuff. We would want to keep that in mind, I think.
Right.
That the first may be a little bit more local government focused, and then 2 and 3 may be a little more industry focused, potentially.
As a mouse can be hard to design an application for when you have all the what ifs you've mentioned.
Right.
We don't know enough of the criteria to even put an application together.
I think we may get some of that between now and next commission meeting. And so hopefully we can kind of put something a little more definitive together between now and then and have it ready for you if that's what the commission desires.
Because when
this come out from the governor's office?
Friday, I think is when I got it, email, late Friday.
Well, they don't date their documents.
Uh-huh.
Now, and then, Angie, did you think you got that sample resolution yet or not? It says, early next week, the recovery office will send out a draft resolution, all counties. But I didn't know if that,
I don't know.
how early,
There was something else they sent, and it might have been 2 weeks back.
Well, this one.
no, this would have been,
It would have been,
since Friday.
yeah, really since Friday, if you haven't got it since Friday. I haven't seen
And
it.
it's coming from the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Recovery office. So I guess we'll wait for further guidance.
You don't really want us to work on anything this week, just wait and see.
I think we're just gonna set.
Or do you, if they send us out something halfway definitive, do you want us to
Yeah,
try and put something together?
if they can. If you get clear guidance from the governor's office or the Office of Recovery, we'll start on it.
I think that's all I really had, unless you had any other questions about it.
I don't say yet. A lot of questions you probably can't answer.
Probably.
I agree with Cody, till we got clear guidance, let's just set our hands, sit tight.
Okay.
Thanks, Russell.
We need to establish a fund, so money does come in. We can-
I'm glad to do that.
Well, but that's what the sample resolution's for. They're supposed to be sending out.
But they want really fun. Them.
Right, that's why they're sending out a draft resolution. So a draft, and we can put a number to it. Because they're talking about their webinar for the counties handling the CARES Act funding. With information and guidance, won't be till this coming Friday. Before we're ready for roundtable, I guess we'll start with Wade.
So, while Russell's still here, just to maybe talk about this topic briefly, as the board's aware, Goldberg Architects, they've been involved in putting together a plan to put together a study or an architectural rendering for 3 different projects. One, the law enforcement center, which includes the jail and sheriff's office. The later addition was a justice center. And then most recently, based on COVID and some of what's occurred locally as far as social distancing, those type of things, and then active shooter training, the county courthouse. So there was an initial letter that came out that, I don't remember what date, it was back in March, that only included the jail. Since that time, I think the sheriff, Russell, maybe Cody, and myself at different points in time have talked to Larry Goldberg, who's the main player with Goldberg Architects. There's a June 12th letter that was submitted last week, and I don't know if the board's seen it yet. I think it was forwarded to Cody.
I sent it to Cody.
I only mention it right now because, I mean, it's something kind of that's gonna be a topic for discussion. I don't think it needs to be decided right now. Russell's here and he's worked with Mr. Goldberg behind the scenes on at least mentioning the county courthouse aspect of it, then there are some numbers that will need to be discussed. Whether now is the right time to move forward with that or not, I don't know. But I think for transparency purposes, so the public is aware this is kind of occurring in the background, and will need to be dealt with at some point in time. Phase one, there's two different phases. Phase one is just getting the rendering so that the county would be aware of what the cost would be to build or retrofit or whatever it might be for each one of these projects, which would include taking the jail as it is and retrofitting it to make it more compliant with today's day and time, or a new jail altogether. And that's kind of what's working, I guess what's going on behind the scenes. So the costs for phase one are just to do those renderings. So that's really all I have about that particular topic. Unless
I would just say that I think that correspondence or anything like that should come to the whole board, because we're gonna vote on it. Cody's not gonna make the decision by himself, so I think when it's correspondence like that, we should all receive it so that we're all up to date and know what's going on with it.
I know it's something the sheriff wanted to mention. He wasn't available today. I don't know if Russell has any additional comments, but nothing's really happening right now. It's just something that's in the background. I'm going to ask that someone make a motion for the board to recess into executive session for consultation with county counselor to discuss potential county litigation for matters deemed privileged under the attorney-client relationship section to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. That's KSA 754319B2. Myself, the board, and Bob Johnson, who's also here today. He's someone who I have brought in to handle an issue that I'm not able to be a part of. And it would be for 10 minutes.
The guy from Allen County.
Yes.
Can I get a motion?
Thomas moved,
I'll second.
Bob second. Executive session for 10 minutes. All in favor? Opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Go ahead for 10 minutes at 10:23. Return here. Not yet. Did you bring any barbecue? What do you guys get? Oh, just a beer on here. Really? Okay. Oh, really? Wow. Waverly. Ohio. I heard the answer. Yeah, really. I think they're still doing a lot. Except. See, I think, I heard they postponed it, like August or something. It was just later moved further back. I just don't know. They're still on display. Yeah. It's time to live life, it's time to move forward, you know? Just kidding, it's gonna be all right. Well, that's right, we're gonna have to work this to it. We can't just shut everything down. It's gonna be around 10 years, but it may not be such a big deal because it's not gonna be as much. Right. You go to Postal Center? No. We had a car breakdown yesterday, and the semi driver called me and said, hey, the car broke down. I don't think they need any help. Two guys are changing the tire, and about 5 of them stand out there with American flags. They were headed to Postal. They're probably waiting for that first COVID case to come from somebody who came there so they could blow it. It's bad. Oh, yeah. So I was thinking, it was. There's a lot of people behind it. Of course, they got it around. They're nice now. We brought her up. We just floated her in. Quite a few lakes along that too. But we didn't go too far out because of the waves that those create. Yeah. Pretty breezy that for somebody. Well, I was gonna, I think it was, the wind was 6 or 7 miles an hour. I think what we had was pretty good. Sunday. It was something that's hot again, so we didn't have that breeze. It's got a little stuff on our days. Usually there's a little bit next day. My dad was down frequently, and we been staying away. Yeah, so we just barbecue out in the yard, all my brothers and sisters. It was pretty nice. So you gotta get together sometime. He's like, you know, I'm down. Right. Staying away from something. Depressing. Alright. I will go. Last weekend, I don't know what I get, and I will call. So I told him, wait till I so Sunday we talked. I told him the story. I like it. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. I hope so. Yeah.
I did a motion on OK Kids, you might check that plan and make sure that was the right place, both other ones.
Yeah.
I'm going to a restaurant, which we did, and they had it separate. We ate, went back to the hotel room, west. Somebody sitting on your lap with a snack. And we'll be almost always drive to Nashville. It's a quick drive. Well, not quick, it's an easy drive, but Charlotte's not. I still rather drive a line. I just don't trust line. Does it go or just flying in general? Just, I'm not a big flyer. I flew a lot as a kid. Flew down California, and fly out there, something for that. I just don't. I don't like the crowd. I don't know. We have to be pretty lucky to do it. I don't watch Cookies and Trends. We always get to Detroit. Hop in that 20 point to go over the great heights. I've never bounced back. I went to Vegas one time. And flew out of Kansas City into Salt Lake City. And I was a air trader at that time. This is 20 plus years ago. It was cheap. And go out and play heavy arrangements. I told off my piece and I went back to it. But we got to Salt Lake. We'll walk through the terminal to our next home. Let's get the small water. And there's me between about, why did I have like 10 people? And I'm like, what the heck? And then somewhere between Salt Lake City and Vegas, we landed on a plateau. We had this airport on this plateau. I'm like, I imagine the storm to get me up there. We were on, I think it was about 15 years. We get a lot of those companies. Because when we went to Vermont, take up and down that Christian level, that's what we made up. Those small Airbuses or whatever. I keep seeing pictures of some of the big airports. There's like a lane there. If you didn't have a flight, you probably wouldn't have to go to New York. Right. But TSA forward, so you're getting straight.
We're back in session. So I'm still up at this point in time. I'm gonna turn it over to Bob Johnson. I have an understanding what he's gonna be doing, and I'm gonna step out from his request. And I don't know how he's gonna word it, but I'll let him word it and make the request that he's gonna make.
I'd request as your outside counsel that you recess an executive session, attorney-client privilege to discuss potential litigation, pursuant to statutory provisions, previously stated, to include myself and the Board of County Commissioners.
For how long time?
Since it takes a little bit to walk up there and back, maybe 30 minutes.
I'll move.
Fred has moved.
Second.
All in a second. All in favor?
I'm going to excuse myself from this.
Opposed, same sign. So carries 4-0. Doing 30 minutes at 10:38. Return here.
Can I come back on that, just to, we're gonna phase out today? Yes. You guys call me, or text me, or wave the flag, or. We can start, like, say, we'll start meeting.
Yeah, 11.
I know sometimes when I see just one or two things on them, I think that is maybe that they were there for 1 o'clock.
I did obviously the big thing. That's Mark Cody. Can you go back to the hospital yet? Just to see whether you agree. I've never fought it. I know, I just see if you agree. Yes, sir.
Write myself notes.
Well, there was another outside the urban store right now, and I think that's what we're no, I think it was, we understand it's over the internet.
Because believe me, I used to look at the news and the superintendent, and they look for something. That's. Goals, Bob, goals. Wait till we hear, I've never won, David, I can't be the one in that courtroom. Yeah. Well, we get surveys for showing up. Yeah, and then what they spend the money on the retirement person. Never. Yeah. So you're talking one like when you went through the hallway where you just not working. So you love me, huh?
So, not the same thing. Unless Wade had something else.
So, you guys decided.
I do the meeting.
And then I don't know if Wade has anything else. And we do
I did.
Yep.
It's good seeing you all, be in touch.
All right, thank you. Back in session. Wade, did you have anything else for roundtable?
Just one thing real quick. The live stream of the YouTube meetings, since we moved downstairs with COVID, for whatever reason, and I talked to Brad about it, the comment section to those YouTube streams have been open. Historically, when the board talked about videos, each one would then upload them, and there wasn't the ability to make comments. So I've instructed Brad to disable the comment section on the live feed, because if anybody has anything to say, they need to come in and say it in an open session. They need to get on the agenda. And any previous messages or comments that have been made on any live stream Brad is saving. So if somebody wants to make a request and say they were deleted, they're still going to be available outside of the ones that have been already deleted, which I know there's some that have been. So I don't know if there's any questions about that. There is no requirement that comment section be made available for anybody. I think the board has gone above and beyond the live stream or put the meetings on YouTube and social media because that's what was requested, and I think that's a layer of transparency. So just in case there's any questions, if you get any questions about it, because that's a legal issue, I made that decision. And I don't think there's a legal requirement, and that's why I'm taking that. So outside of that, I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Angie, for roundtable?
Yes, so last week, Denise and I talked to you about possibly increasing the contribution to the HSA accounts. And you guys wanted to know how many people were enrolled in that. The reasoning, like I explained last week, that we contributed what was allowed by the IRS, or half of what was allowed by the IRS, was because it kept people from going back to that $1,000 deductible, which then is more costly to the county. So we put the numbers together for you today, for you to make a decision, because we need to know today. We're working on payroll for this month, and we're gonna need to know how much to put into HSA. So it would be an increase of $100 for those employees that have the HSA, in total of $11,800 over last year.
So that's 92 employees total.
Yes.
That's a drop of 6 from the last year. Wonder why they did.
Probably retirees and things like
It was
that.
almost have to be retired. They could be retired.
People have left. I know of a couple that were retirees, so right off the top of the head. If they drop to the $1,000 deductible, then that's gonna increase the premium the county's gonna pay probably more than $100, I would say, with companies overall. So that was the reason to shift them towards the HSA.
Well, if it's a savings, and I say yes. Yeah, you're gonna pay it one way or another. If it's the cheaper route to go, then why not?
Yeah. Should be a motion.
We need a consensus.
Probably make a motion.
Probably should do a motion.
Okay.
Should we move to increase the county contribution to the HSA plans for covered employees by $100?
That would cover it.
It's
Or
in
100 for individuals,
200
200 for families? I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And that's all I have for today.
Fred, do you have anything for roundtable?
No, I don't.
Tom?
Not this time.
Yeah, that door back here that we've had it locked since code started. A couple of years ago, the Alice program recommended that we lock that door. And since we've had it locked now, I think we should put a card reader or something on that door. And Brad may have something to say.
You did ask that. I looked, the price is approximately $1,400. And a card reader and cards for everybody that comes in there. So that's the estimate on the cost, is $1,400.
I think it would be an advantage. I know a couple of employees have said that they've had a little problem. They really work their key to get it to work in there all the time. And one thing about the door, you can always push out in case of emergency. Anybody and everybody can go out. So I would recommend that we have a card reader put on there.
Would that be a COVID-related expense?
No, I would say that would be a security-related expense.
Right. Yeah, and that's something we'll talk about with the training again this year, was that door. And Brad, that was one to work with our current system. I mean,
Yes. We'll just have to purchase some more stuff to work on this side of the building.
yeah.
It'd just be one step in our Alice. Correct. Yeah, I'd say yes, move forward with that. That's all I have.
Get any motion, Brad, or still?
I'll just get it.
Good.
Best thing, proceed ahead.
Don, do you have anything for roundtable?
No, I do not, President.
I've done today. Donna?
Earlier, I passed out the commission budget, and I think I sent it out on email too, to see if you could take a look at that. I have it really bare bones. As you requested, there's no 3% cushion or 3.5% cost of living adjustment. And by leaving that out from the personal services line item, the commission's budget decreases by $9,900, so almost $10,000 for that small of a budget. So just wanted to make you aware, and there's still kind of some things I didn't know for sure what to put in because of the unknown, as far as like new commissioners and what they might decide they want for health insurance. Is there anything that you see that you might have questions on or that you'd like to change?
The training. The training, I see you increase more because we will have at least one new commissioner, right?
Well, the possibility of two.
That would be going to, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Vehicle fuel, are we a little low on that? Not knowing price of fuel going up, it's on its way up again, so are we a little low maybe with the 250 instead of 500?
Okay.
Just a question.
We actually only used 193 though, when it was high the year before, so
Yeah.
the 250, you'd think would be sufficient.
I'm okay with whatever.
So leave it? Or
I would say you got it on paper a little bit.
Looks to me like, I mean, it looks pretty good.
okay.
That would work because you got a little bit more went up on mileage reimbursement, so if people take their own vehicle, that'll counter.
Other than that, Cody, I don't have anything else.
There's one thing I really, I have had a death in my family, so I'm gonna be in and out this week. I don't know really what's going on, but just so you guys are aware.
Budget work session. I guess we'll get started.
Could I have just 1 or 2 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Sure thing.
I apologize for not being all day.
Sorry, I
over
didn't
the-
see you back there.
That's okay. I just wanted you all to know that today we are in phase out according to the governor's recommendation and Dr. Shell's recommendation. So phase out means life back to as normal as it can be. So no restrictions from his guidance with the governor at this time. So do know that there was a law passed recently that the commissioners, at any time, if you feel that you want the decisions to be different than what Dr. Shell has made as local health officer, that you can override that now. So apparently maybe there were disagreements in some counties throughout this ordeal, but now it's been made law that you do have the authority to override his decisions. So if you ever want something more strict than phase out, that's up to you. But as of today, this is where we are. So
Everything's phased out.
Good.
yes, everything's phased out. So
I'm glad we finally got there.
anyway, thank you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we eliminate the fiber optic fund.
That's something you need to talk about.
I thought we did, yes. We
Paid it off.
It's paid off, so.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Okay.
We got-
I see it, well, it's still listed as up here, that's number 1.
Yep.
We have no paperwork for it, but it's still listed, so.
Right.
That means just totally go away.
I can already tell from the commission budget that I'm gonna need to increase the health insurance incentive up to 1,800. Since you guys just do that.
Hey, I'm putting my budget form for the office, I know it's not for the 430 that one. Okay, thanks.
What are you gonna need to up that to, Donna? Did you figure that out? How much?
I think 5,400 is, yeah.
From 51 to 64. From 51 to 64.
To 54.
54.
So I'll make that change and then put them in your book. New one. Is this the same one, Angie, or something different on it?
Well, mine's not in the book, in my book anyway, so I didn't know.
Oh.
It's the same one, I didn't think any of them had, so I just.
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, okay, I just didn't have one in mind.
I did.
But there's no change from
Yeah, I didn't have one.
Did we? Sorry about that.
Who's in the Cody or-
I was gonna thumb through it first and then got questions and we'll go through it and discussion one by one.
Look at that, or do you just want to go through them?
Let's just go through them, and see if someone
I
else
just
might.
go through and discuss them as we go through it.
Yeah.
Be my suggestion.
Should we please?
Or-
I agree.
think it'll shorten our time.
Yes, yes.
We'll discuss number one, we'll discuss number two. Three, joint services building. Who prepares that one? That budget,
Russell.
Russell? Pretty much just the cleaning expense out there?
No, no,
That one,
cleaning,
the sheriff's
cleaning
department.
expense comes from the sheriff's department.
Keep on the generator and.
That's
Like
pretty much
on the
the
building
septic
itself.
system and all that stuff, yes.
Electric, water,
Yeah.
DNS sanitation.
Just connect the big, maintenance basically.
For JSD?
No. Yeah.
Yeah, everything else is there.
Okay.
Just another part. Questions on number four?
And you got 173, that, yours is up to 68 for the election year. Do you receive more funds for that? Over and above your normal?
Are you on clerk or election?
I'm sorry?
Clerk or election?
Clerk.
Okay, so what are you saying there, Don?
Well, I'm on number 4, which is the clerk.
Right,
There's an election.
You know, the annual is 66,250, but you've included a 3% on top of that. For all three of the employees. Which kicks it up about 5%. Or 5,000.
no, I took the current,
I'm sorry.
I took the current salary they're at right now today and added the 3% like you guys asked, plus any step increases if they were eligible.
I didn't realize that you
Okay,
said
so that's got,
include 3%.
that's got the steps in it, okay.
See, I thought we did.
On
I thought we asked to do the 3%.
3% on salaries, but not the 3.5% cushion.
You're right. Yeah, we eliminated the step increases and 3% cost of living.
Yeah.
What I thought.
You
So,
eliminated step
and I need to go back
No.
and revise.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just 3% on
No,
salary.
I worded that wrong.
Okay.
Even if
I
they're
thought
not
when we said
eligible
everybody
for
make up their
step
budget,
increase.
include your step increases plus your
Oh,
cost of living, and then eliminate the 3.5
Right.
cushion or whatever.
Exactly, that's what I did.
That's the way I remember it. Okay. Sounds good.
So these Jessica's got, that 3% is a step increase?
No, that's just 3% on top, because they're not, I don't believe they're eligible next year. I was just
I
talking,
didn't realize it was given 3%.
We're not giving them 3%, we're allowing 3% in the budget
For cost of living.
for cost of living for next year.
not
since
the,
we didn't
not
get
the
any this
3.
year.
That's the way I remembered it.
We don't know what CPI is gonna be next year.
Correct.
We're allowing up to it. That don't mean we're gonna give it.
I guess I didn't realize we was gonna have the 3 in right now. We probably, okay.
Just to have it there, just.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we're gonna give it.
Okay.
So we have to, if we're gonna do it, we have to.
You need to make changes. in
I need to
yours.
make changes.
Right.
So
That means
why-
Donna should change ours too then. correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, yes.
What do you want? 5?
Run 5. Elections.
Andrew, does Brad have some of his come in another department outside the election?
No.
Because it's projected annuals is 57, yet with 3%, it's 50,000. Am I missing something there?
No, I think
Am I
I made
missing
it.
something there going down? Then
No.
Terry stayed the same.
I think my formula
So what-
messed up. Sorry, I will correct that.
I'm a little bit confused on
We'll go back and.
where we're going.
I'll correct that, and we can move on to the next one if you want.
That'd be
59,602. That's 104,807.
The personnel services here, 132, it's on 98 years. Where's your, Angie, on the elections, the line item? Comes up to 165. Here. Funded request of 146, just now go up to 156 roughly, with 3% on salary, so we have a discrepancy. So the personnel services on this top line, 132,
Is it all up there?
and it should be 90, well, we don't know what it is.
I'm working on
Brad
it.
Terry's is not right, evidently.
Terry's is right, well, except for with the 3%.
3% is not on there.
Right.
With 3%, it'd be 104,807.
I have to get Brad's, because that's Denise's salary, that's my error. I'm working on it.
Go on to the next one.
Treasurers,
Treasurers.
see the budget request for personnel is 256, and this last year, salaries in the department was 285. Well, the 6 employees, salaries in 2019 was 285, and yet the budget request is 256. A year ago, the budget request was 247, but the actual salaries in that department is 285. These 6 there, that's 285.
Does that include any longevity?
I don't know what's, this here is a 5-year history is given. So we got way too much stickers. And last year, the request was 247, so the actual expenses is 285. I don't know where the differences are there.
That was just for 285 for personnel.
That's what it was last year.
Wages.
Wages. That's in this long sheet that's given us, says they're not. These are actual payrolls for 2019.
Well, actually, for 219 was 226.
Correct that. This is already at 220 without any increases.
Actually, was 221 for 19.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's one way to come up to 280.
The personnel center, 256 won't be enough, because they're showing the 0 increase, and we'll get 285.
You say it's going from, well, I don't know what the actual is for 20, but from the actual of 219 and 226, you're saying it's going to 285?
No, I moved over because they had 4 of the girls got pretty sizable increases during the year. But the projection for 2020, at 0 increases on their wages now is going to be 285. So I'd say that 256 has got to be, it's got to be changed.
Well, it went from the actual 219 up to the 20, this year's budget was 247.80. They haven't exceeded that, have they? I mean, that was, that had to include those raises and stuff.
The 247 didn't, because that happened there in the year.
That was last year. It didn't go over 247, it did part over last year, did it?
I don't know, Bob.
she explains why it's 256 down below. She explains that it's 9,411 because of 4 eligible step increases.
So with 0 increases, 2020. It's gonna take, the personnel cost is gonna be 285.
What you're looking at.
Because that's actually, those 4 increases is in there for a full year. Far right hand column.
Oh, yeah, find out.
Okay, well, that's too much, way too much to.
Nothing, see if she can come down.
Sure. Yeah, we need to get it straightened out.
For projected personnel cost is not right.
With the 3%, it should be 264, 185 is what I come up with. So the 256 reflects the step increases. And when you go over to line item budgets, she's up to 262.5. Should be 195, which has 3% in there. Is there another one?
Pardon?
Move on to another one, or wait?
I think she went to sit chair. So
Move on now. Wade's here.
We can come back to it.
Tell you come back.
If you don't mind.
Might as well.
Could you go on to the next one?
Yep.
And then she'll be down.
Do you not think you'll have as many transcripts this year, next year?
you never know.
You cut it in half. I mean, with the guessing out there, are you sure you want to cut it in half?
I mean, it's tough to estimate that. I know I just signed some vouchers for two transcripts last week. One of them was about 1,000 pages, but it's too bad for about 1,000 pages. I don't see that part of it letting up, but I was trying to accommodate, if you look further down in 400, at 420 computer hardware, it's a, last year I had it at 8,500, this time I put 25,000. And I want to be able to explain that. So the court system has changed computer programs and they haven't phased in locally, but they are across the state. The Kansas Supreme Court went with a new program that's being implemented in every single district court across the state. They're just installing it in phases, which means compatibility with what the county attorney's office currently has and the current system or the upcoming system the court's gonna have is not gonna work. So other prosecutors' offices have already went ahead and changed software, and I very much so underestimated what that anticipated cost was gonna be. I know in Allen County, they spent either $40,000 or $50,000 on their upgrade. I know probably for Coffee County, that's probably what I'm anticipating it to be, is around $40,000 to $50,000, but I'm waiting until I see what other prosecutors' offices are doing, because if the current software we have, they're looking at doing a modification or upgrade to make it compatible with the new system, and that may be a reduced cost. So I'm playing with house money, because I may end up, it may be a bad mistake on my part to not go ahead and try to get something changed, but I don't want to do it and find out that the compatibility is not what it seems. So I'm playing the wait and see approach. $25,000 may be way underestimated, but I at least want to give you an idea of where that comes from.
But going back to your transcripts, I understand all that, but maybe for one more year until you maybe get everything transferred over, I'm sure you don't want to go for 2,000. Leave it at 2,000 for transcripts just to cover yourself.
What did I change it to?
You changed it to 1,000, cut it in half.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. In fact, I probably should have.
Actually, your 219 actual was 3,227, and your budget for last year was 2,000, and now your proposed budget's 1,000.
That might have been oversight on my part, because it should have gone up.
Okay, you might want to take a look at that then.
Please, 3,000. Yeah, at least 3,000. I don't. I wish I could say there's not going to be challenges and there's not going to be a need for transcript, but I think it's going the exact opposite direction. In fact, I think there'll be more requests for transcripts.
Well, your actual for 19 was 3,227. So what do you think? And you might want to change that to 3 or 4.
I'd leave it at least or bump it up to at least 3. And
we don't know what 218 was. It might have been 1,000 or 2,000. 3,000 might have been a jump up. Probably I'll put at least 3 there, I think.
So, and what I'm trying to do, and Donna helped me, is I went back through and I want to see everything line item, because then I can go back through and I can properly estimate what I think I'm going to need. And I don't know if that's, it doesn't seem like that's what's been done in the past. So every voucher I turn in, I put a code within whatever 200, 300, 400. And that way I can go back and when budget comes up, you can predict with more certainty what you're going to need.
Your 19 budget estimate was 1,000 and you spent 3,000. And you don't have any records of what the 18 or
You
anything
don't know
about
what
that.
18 was.
You don't have records for that, so.
I think 3,000, and if it's too high, then.
You don't have to spend it just because you have it.
But I have to have transcripts, there's,
Right.
you know,
Exactly.
vital function, so if I have to come in and ask for more, then I come in and ask for more. I hope I don't.
So I can make changes to that and bring that to you, have you approve it.
In fact, I think that's where appeals get paid from as well. In that same line item. Anything else on the Church Cars?
So not there.
And his legal services,
That was changed to 8,500. Yep, what it was same as last year. Counselor.
Which one, no, registered deeds, or you passed it?
just got registered deeds. Let's say, did you have anything else, Counselor?
Yeah, I did have a question.
Everything on.
Counselor, your contractual services, you decreased that? Are you, well, you didn't do the same as last year, but your actual was actually 2,047, and you proposed is 1,500.
Oh, what I'm saying, I don't have anything about it.
Or nine?
Absolutely.
So on the salaries, we need to add the 3% cushion to that.
In 2018, it was $482. So I would imagine that 1,500 probably adequate, but you never know.
That's why I'm asking, wait.
I'm trying to operate and cut where I can, and at least right now, I'm not sure what the 2019 went into. Can you tell me what that, the 2019 contractual, the 2,490, what that was? I don't remember it being a recurring outlier for some reason. Whatever that.
Oh, it was one of those deals where it wasn't expense code.
Okay. So Bob, to answer your question, I think it was tough to break that amount down from 2018 or 2019, that 2,000, because it wasn't done in a format where it was line item. So now that we have the line item, I think it breaks down and the rest of the budget will be able to support what's there.
Okay.
Unless I see a need to add, I'm not gonna add just to have money. I'm not trying to build in fluff into my budget, because I don't think that, if I need more, I can come and ask.
Fair enough. Shorting yourself.
Until I have several years of line item, I can't predict for certain what I'm gonna need. When I was in, the other county, I was able to go back for 5, 10 years and see what historically was spent in each one of those line item categories, and you can accurately predict almost all the way, because there's some unforeseen things that happen, but you have a pretty good idea of what you're gonna need from one year to the next. And I think that's why having line item budget is so important, because that gives you that ability, so that there's no, somebody overshoots the mark by $30,000. Well, I think that's, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
So you want to go back to election offer? So I had a copy paste issue when I copied in my Excel file. I corrected that. So that is, am I sure? No, it did, yeah. Plus the one, yeah. And then, if you look at the line item page, I'm kind of in the same boat, with wages, we've operated on contractual commodities, capital outlay, but, I'll go back to make sure that we've got particular line items. And then, so what I put on the actual budget is a little bit more than what I had. It's about 12,000 more about. But I'd like to, if you're okay, which I put in my letter, if you're okay with that, because we do have elections next year, and with having electronic equipment, if I have a piece of equipment fail, then I've got some money that I can purchase another one if I need to. And just cover any other unknowns that could occur. So that is my request on that, so.
That was extra.
12 or 13, whatever.
1,100.
Yeah.
On contractuals.
Yeah, well, I realized I didn't put anything for advertisements, and all of our publications have to be advertisements. And a subscription I added in there for Elvis. So.
Capital outlay the last couple of years have been huge, as we know.
Right.
So in 21, you're not expecting any capital outlay for next year or two.
Well, I'm not purchasing new equipment. The only reason I would maybe purchase anything is if I had a piece fail or, something that could possibly go wrong. I just like to have a little safety net for any equipment failure, so. And in 2019, that was also a city school election. And so 2021 will be a city school election. So it is a little bit more, but like I said, just that coverage for any equipment failure. So.
You mentioned equipment failure. That equipment that we purchased, what type of warranties on that stuff?
A year.
I'm sorry?
A year. And so we're coming up on that. And like always, if I don't use it all, I give it back to you guys to put into a reserve fund. So.
Any other questions for Andy? Elections? Karen Dawn had a question on personnel services.
Yeah, I have the new copies. I overheard you guys talking, and I had understood that we weren't, just from what I heard in your meeting, that we weren't doing the 3%. I had obviously heard it the same way Dawn did, so I did not include that 3%, so I printed up new ones for all of you.
Okay, that was the question.
Okay.
But the personnel cost you got for 2020 for the 6 employees, you plus 5 is 285. Yeah, then the projection is 256. Am I missing something?
I'm not sure where you're coming up with the 285.
Well, that's what's on this sheet that was printed out to you here about 3 weeks ago, or a month ago. Total salaries for your 6 employees adds up to 285.
Well, I have one employee that we pay out of, that I pay her salary, not her longevity, but I pay her salary out of the motor vehicle operating.
Out of what department?
Out of motor vehicle operating.
Probably the difference.
Yeah,
That's probably the difference, but do we have a category for that? Or is that okay? That would explain the difference.
okay, yeah. And so the new number I have, all I've included is some cost, or some step increases, and then I've included the 3%. So that's what mine's changing. Let's see if I remember right. It's going to be about an additional $7,000.
What one of the employees, which employee do you pay out motor vehicle?
I do Diane because she's my deputy motor vehicle.
You got new ones there.
What?
You got new ones.
Yeah, I sure do. If you don't mind, I'm gonna walk behind you and hand it to you. Thank you. And I didn't print a new one of the capital outlay because nothing changed on it.
You know, with all 6 of them, there's 285. If you take Diane's out of it, this is down to 235, yet we're 256.
Well, I had 247 budgeted for last year.
Correct.
And it said to take 3% additional on what we had for last year, plus any step increases, so that's exactly what I did.
And that's what it does come up to. That's 5 salaries now, and you have the Diane makes it 314. And yet it's 285, something's still on there now.
Right.
You don't budget for out of the motor vehicle fund, do you?
Mhm.
Okay.
Just that's a lot.
But you have 50 of that.
You mean, do I furnish you a budget for that?
Yeah, that's
No,
not-
yeah, you don't include that in your budget.
That's on not.
No,
So,
nothing's in there.
But you have the 50 for Diane inside the 264 makes it 314. All 6 employees in 2020 is projected to be at 285. So we got a spread of 30. So, I mean, is missing something or the numbers aren't right?
Other than longevity, nothing comes out of your budget for Diane, is that correct?
What's that?
Other than the longevity, you don't take anything out of your budget for Diane, do you?
No, not at this
Okay.
time.
So for your personnel services, you took the 2020 budget and added 3% and then added your steps.
Correct.
Not sure. We'll have to do a little more detail on all Cody.
That's the 2020.
This is the 2020 here. Pardon? If this doesn't include Diane, that moves that to 314. If these projections 285. You got a spread of 30. So unless I'm, that's
285 minus 98.
It's
48.
Okay, take hers out, they said here, be 230, or be 230,
237.
236 or so. This is 30, this is 28,000, that's more than, steps more than. It's still not fitting.
Right, because the numbers, the 3% was added to the budget, not actual.
Took the 2020 budget, and she added her step increases in, which was 9,000, and then added 3% on top of that.
It made a difference of about 14,000. The actual number was like $263,973, so I rounded it up.
That's good. Yeah, that's 50 to that 264 makes 314.
Right.
And you got 285, you got a $30,000 spread, which those increases, 3%, you don't come up with that 30,000. Because 3%, there's only 7,500, 8,000. To me, if this is correct, this is not right. And if this is right, then if this is right, then that's not right. And this here appears to be correct.
The 314, that salary isn't in this.
Correct. But 314, 285 is $31,000 difference. You got to add 52 to this, or 49, wherever you want to add. That means the total personnel cost is 314, and here's 285. Right. It's a spread of 31,000, 30,000 or so.
But Diana's is not in this budget.
Correct. But you add that 50 to that 264, gives you the 314. And the total salaries are 285, so you got a difference of 29,000. Unless there's something on that sheet.
I don't know what document are you looking at, Don?
So the 285 is what was given to us here a month ago. Total projected salaries based on the hourly income. And that
Okay,
totals up to approximately 285.
Okay, I haven't seen that document.
And you had the,
I don't guess I have either, actually.
this is passed out to us here a month.
Come on. If she did that for her department, it would clear it up for you. That's from the attorneys.
But right now, there's not enough.
Right. But
Not enough documents
if
here.
you
to
have
clear-
this.
Right now, there's not enough document information to clear that.
Right, but if you have this from the
That
treasurer's
would-
department, that would
Sure,
clear it
that
up.
did, yeah. It might even show that $30,000 discrepancy.
This is what Wade did, just current salary, 3%. Longevity broken down for personnel services.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help Dawn.
Well, I'm probably there's gonna be some above, because when I asked for my 2020 budget, I asked for an increase in my salary.
Mhm.
And I didn't receive it, so
Mhm.
but I received the budget for it, but I didn't receive the
Okay.
actual money. So then that would affect the actuals, but according to what was mailed out to the department heads, was told to 3% above your 2020 budget, plus, if I understood correctly, 3% above the 2020 budget, plus any cost of, or any step increases, which is exactly what I did.
Okay.
So do you want me
I'm
to?
asking you right now, can you do this for Dawn?
Yes, I can go up, and
Thank
it'll
you.
take me a little while, but I
Okay,
can go
thank
do
you.
that for you.
Karen, do you want a copy of that to see?
If I could, I think it's pretty basic, so.
Karen's gonna work on that first. Okay. That's for the council.
It'll be a little bit, I'm trying to get a deposit ready for the bank also.
We want to start on registered deeds, or do you want to break for lunch?
Should we break for lunch?
Break for lunch. Recess for an hour. sounds good.
Actually, there's,
I can do, I can go either way, because all I gotta do is just run the house drive like from that. So on through, I'm going on through, or whatever. Go ahead. Go ahead, what? You're not, it's not,
Let's stop.
just go.
Let's go. All right. Do we need to take a vote?
No, you're fine.
Register of deeds.
Item, if I may, I think, and this might clarify, the paper you're looking at, Don, might have had that raise, or that money that Karen was asking for, that got denied in that paper.
it's not in there.
Okay.
And
I'm not
I may
remembering,
be overlooking something, I don't know.
I'm not remembering seeing that piece of paper you got. Registered of deeds.
Register.
Oh, that could be. Okay, that'd be why, that'd be why I don't remember seeing it. Okay. We should have had you catered.
Everyone looks good on register, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Let's see, pregnancies on registered deeds. Otherwise, they're dropping.
Retirement, correct?
No, taking out the 3.5% probably.
Okay.
I wonder if she included 3% cushion for her personnel services.
Right here, explains. There, town council. Thursday decrease, I'm sorry, I just found the counselors, it was behind registered of deeds. Remember I said I couldn't find it? Okay, now I found it.
Sorry, Tom.
It's all right, it's like, that's, wait a minute, you checking in. This is confusing. I'm good then.
So we need to have her add 3% because it doesn't look like she.
Yeah, that looks like it's in there.
Wayne just needs to add 3% on there, doesn't she, and she's okay.
On which one, Bob?
Wayne's registered deed.
I think registered deeds are.
I think that's 3% on it.
Doesn't look like it.
you can't do anything about it anyway. Whatever it is, it is.
Outside attorney fees and jury fees have really jumped up based on the projection.
Into capital improvements.
The only difference from a year ago, they projected 22 on landfill lateral expansion. They had $80,000 requested, and then this year's got 60, lowered it by 20, and I'll bet that's in there.
You think it needs to be 80, Dawn, or?
Well, a year ago, 2022 was 80, this year, 2022, they moved to 60, and I'd say they probably just made an error there.
That's right. Yeah, could have been.
Either that was wrong.
Some of the work that we've done takes care of some of this, it's not gonna be as expensive as it would otherwise.
Yeah. Probably not an issue. This one is in the courthouse.
Courthouse.
Angie, on the breakdown in the courthouse,
Right.
the line items, contractual agreements, 300,
Yeah, it was,
and it's showing 475. And then capital outlay is 145.
right.
But
As
those aren't showing up, there's not that many dollars showing up.
as I stated in the letter I gave you guys,
There's no letter in this one.
well, it's the same one, I put it all on the same letter. I had for your consideration in the line items I worked up for courthouse general, the amounts are less when you look at the line item part. But I think it's important to keep the budget a little higher with unknowns that could happen either with the courthouse equipment or major plumbing problems. Looking at the previous year, in 2019, we spent almost 645,000. And so, and then at the end of the year, I transferred out the 150 that was left. Just with this size of building, there are a lot of unknowns that could happen, and we want to make sure we take care of it, so.
Should be accounted for in capital outlay then for courthouse general, or that discrepancy. And you got 451 that 802.
That's $350,000. Yeah, we got some unknowns when it comes to contractual and capital, I fully understand that. Never know when some of those unknowns are gonna crop up.
And I don't know if you got the salary information on the back or not, but it's nothing there, I can print that again for you if you'd like. Okay. There's 2 people paid out of there, so.
Yeah, the projection of those 2 people's 92, and yet we're showing 110. Those 2 people's 92, and yet we're showing 110.
Yeah, I'll print that out again.
So we got a difference there of 18,000.
Well, if you want to pass on that one, then I will relook that. And I've got to step out for a few minutes, but I'll be back.
Wallace.
It's even down 4,000 last year.
Part of that.
Down 3,300 on personal services.
Did go down.
It's in personnel service, Bob. You know it is.
Lindsay's the only one on there. So how'd that go down?
Angie's on one.
Lindsay.
Lindsay Fire.
Had no idea at all.
I'm not sure either. We asked you to ask Lindsay, to get Lindsay Fair.
Yep.
Not sure how that went down.
Is 2018.
Regular wages.
Hmm?
Getting a better estimate on regular wages. Actual 19.4.
See, the personnel costs jumped from 14.9 to 19.4. From 18 to 19.
Mm-hmm.
It may be just the way she's programmed it out, Bob. We get to the health department, we may see it go the other way a little bit.
I thought Lindsay's total salary came out of wellness. Unless they changed something.
Part of it, yeah.
I thought it all came out of wellness. Sure.
Can we move on to capital outlay while we're waiting?
Yeah, Lindsay, to clarify that real quick. Capital outlay's been the same for the last couple of years.
Let's do that one. Technology.
You want to look at this?
You had a question for
Yeah,
the personal services?
Personnel services for wellness went down. I thought Lindsay is she not totally paid out of wellness?
She's paid 14 hours out of wellness and 10 out of health department. That's not changing.
Okay.
What I did was I took her expected number of hours at 14 a week, with her expected pay, even a bump in pay, and I ended up at this number right here. So.
Okay. We just.
Should decrease by $3,300, so.
Yeah, I don't know. Last year was our first year to do the budget, so we must have just done it inaccurately. I don't know. Do you remember anything about it, Denise? I know
She
you
was
kinda-
contract service until a year or two ago, too. 2 years ago.
How many years?
2 or 3 years, yeah.
So that would have been a difference too, not because she was contracting, that wouldn't have been.
So then on that, when a portion of the salary is paid in one department and not another, and then is the longevity then not broken up, or? Because there's longevity in there,
Yeah,
so then it's.
right. So, and I think we also have her for longevity in health department too.
We just need to verify that this was correct since of the reductions.
Yeah, according to my math, 14 hours times 52 weeks times the salary expected for next year, I think that's what I came up with. So.
We were just curious because
And I did it twice.
because it had went down, we wanted to make sure it was right.
Yeah, it just might have been inaccurate last year.
We didn't mind in the donating time. We didn't really want to- Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Technology office, training and equipment.
It's better for the last year. Other than they took 10 off the cap outlay and lived it with commodities, so totals the same.
That's Brad's.
Yes.
You know, this council on aging, the note says all money to go to senior center and area agency and nutrition site. Since the nutrition site and area agency are one combined now, I would like for us, maybe not this year, but to take a look, let's put area agency and nutrition program in its own instead of within senior center. In other words, put senior center on its own and area agency on its own.
Yeah. Because
Right.
they combine, so the central area agency on aging and the nutrition program all
Are the same, and it, you know,
Make
they're
it
really,
one budget.
they're really, other than using the senior center, they have nothing to do with the
Right.
center.
But make them one budget,
Yeah, I think
and then same center one budget.
some, yeah, I wouldn't do it this year now, but I think we can take a look at that for next year.
Everything's all right on it, then all.
Got two of them. Do that same thing. Senior centers, I have no idea how that.
Yeah, I looked at that and I was like, not much really changed.
And area agency, evidently they didn't this year, but they, good chance that they're gonna probably be requesting a little bit more now because the nutrition program is costly.
Utilities.
Same as last year.
Same as last year, but our actual.
The 150 is probably a little much, because, you know, in 2018, it was 123.9. 19, it was 112.2, but that's probably plenty, but. Chances are it won't go up to 150.
Resource Council,
Listen, that's what you do.
juvenile detention,
Everything else is the same code.
yeah, the 2019 actual, what was the 18 actuals? 62, so it fluctuates a lot.
Juvenile detention, what article goes into that, Denise? What funds are dispersed?
That's Wade's fund.
Yeah.
For,
It's all wait,
it's all Wade's money that he uses for like kids that are put in juvenile detention.
okay,
When they get the bill for that.
You have to farm, We have to farm them out, usually Lawrence or Ottawa. and
That's where we're farming out those young.
And that's expensive.
Well, and it's gonna vary a
Right.
lot.
Yeah.
There's been years that it's been over, and then there's years that it's not. It's just kind of.
You could predict how kids are gonna act, you know what to do.
Airport, any questions on the airport?
You got a letter there from Dalton, that's some of the reasons, two reasons for changes. To me, everything looks all right. Overall, budget's down $43,000, so.
Technology office,
So Brad's gonna have to include the 3% in his salary budget.
coverable. He knows what he's got.
May I bother you? Sorry. There's your phone back. Here.
I think so.
You are.
Yeah. If you've got them.
Yep, I do. That one likes its spring.
Have one from you, Aaron.
I can get them some water.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. Do you have any questions on that? If not, I've got a deposit to get to the bank.
This 2021, we had 3% to that 243,
Yes,
which is 7,500. Makes that a 250, and we're showing 264.
Then add in the steps,
Step-
9411.
I'm not too sure the steps are already added into this.
No, the steps for next year.
It's next year's, that's.
okay, I did figure the steps in for next
Steps are in this deal here.
Yeah, I did figure in the steps for this year, but what you're not including is the fact that my 2020 budget was already over by 6.5%. That's not gonna show up in your report that they gave you. So you're gonna have a 3% cost of living that is not showing up in that report if you're estimating what the cost of personnel is for the rest of this year. Plus, you don't have that 3.5% cushion. Plus, you've got, I didn't include the 3% here. And as I stated before, the last 3 years, I have asked for an increase in my salary. And I think that if you will look at the breakdown you asked me to give you, you will see that my deputy makes more money than I do. And I have asked for a salary increase in 18, 19, and 20, and I've been denied all 3 years. And now we're at the point where, like I said, my deputy makes more money than I do. Deputies in all the offices make more than I do. So. And I understand you feel like that needs to wait until the salary study's done, but I do think that discrepancy will come into play when the salary's done.
So the 264 has got some of your requests in there.
No, the 264 is strictly going off of the request that you made. You asked that we do a 3% plus any step increases. As I stated, if you add the 3% and this amount down here, that is going to be a total of 263,973 or something like that. I'm saying I've allowed for that amount for 3 years and
Still
haven't
come
gotten
up
it.
with a what amount? Because the 3% on 243 is $7,500. Who's that 251? Longevity pays is 57, that's 249, and we're showing 269.
That's correct, because my salary's personnel services is more than my salary will be for the year at the current rate. But you asked me to do 247 times 3%. I'll go back and redo it if you want me to, but my understanding was 3% of that, which was like 70 some hundred.
75.
And then I have 9,400, that's a total of 16,000 some odd dollars. And like I said, I just rounded it up by an extra $100, just for, I like even numbers.
See, I'm hearing numbers that I'm not even seeing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not coming up with the 264.
That's, what you said is exactly what we asked you to do.
That's my understanding, that's what I'm saying.
But this figure here is not represented.
Her figures are representing exactly what we asked her to do.
This page is, but this is.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Yeah, it is.
That's fine. If it is, it's fine. Okay, thanks, Karen.
Arts. They're the same.
Remember on
Where was
Arts, cancel arts on 3.
resource council, juvenile detention, airport, technology office? I think we got through technology office. You have something else, Mike?
Hey, just real quick, I was in another meeting, and I got a call saying something to meet Angie, and so I went and met her, and something about a 3%. Do we need to add a 3% into our personal services, or not add 3%?
The letter that we'd sent out, the email,
Okay,
was including 3% on salaries.
okay, they did not do
For the
that.
budget, okay.
They did not do that.
And we updated it.
She updated it.
Okay.
I'll show you what she's got. And if you want her to go back and change it, she can. But what she did, she just took the form that was filed with everybody, and then off to the side for personal services, it changes that number there at the 3%.
They don't have copies, because we never did get it, your budget.
It was turned in.
I didn't get it.
Angie said she turned it in. So I'll double check on that. I guess I'll.
My book's blank.
Okay. I'm just going off what I'm being told up there.
The jail and the levy budget?
I haven't seen it.
I never saw it.
Guess I haven't seen it. We've got here.
We got that far.
Sorry.
All right.
All right. No problem, Mike.
Arts,
Did we get through technology office?
I thought we did.
That was on Karen and Jamie. Okay, that's on land escrow. Okay, arts.
They're the same. Good with arts. And the sheriff's.
Same thing on sheriff's. Transportation.
No, that's for the art jail.
Transportation.
huge decrease, but most of it's related to the capital outlay problem.
Looks like it.
Pardon?
Yes. That office expansion.
It went from 331 down to 135, almost $200,000 decrease, capital outlay.
Yeah.
County contributions are up. Is increasing. 27. 17.
No, last time I talked to her, she said that KDOT money would probably go down so much it did.
Yeah.
So for 21, in the capital expenditures, the vehicle, 80/20 cost share with KDOT and county, so that 20%. $27,000. Anything else on transportation? Questions? Jail, nothing. Nothing for the jail. Lake. Lake.
Nothing there.
Emergency management.
It looks like Russell needs to put the 3% in.
He never, I don't think he ever puts that in hardly. Every year we basically.
I think there was a little confusion on that 3% because it's only when you stated,
There's,
do your step increases, but don't add the 3.5% buffer, then everybody took out the.
And then.
there's a
That's what happened.
misunderstanding on that 3%.
Yeah, there was.
I kind of thought it was left, that it wasn't to put any of that in there.
Yeah, I remember it the other way.
Pardon?
I thought it was the other way.
Well, we discussed it 10 different times. We
Yeah.
discussed
Right.
it both ways.
Because we can hold that 3 times.
Of course, it just needs to add to 3%.
Personal services.
Other than that,
I don't see anything.
Yeah, capital outlay is a big one, needs decreased to 13.
Yeah. LEPC. Second.
Same request as last year.
Conservation District, don't have anything yet. There's Lake Region RC&D.
That's the board that Tom served on.
No change. Solid Waste Authority. Same as last year. County Fair.
So it looks like they did one form this year. Usually they do a separate one for the premiums and rewards, and then they do a separate one for the fair buildings. And it looks like they did it different this year. Usually it's 15,000 for premiums and awards, and they have 18,000.
Probably should already know, but inside contractual under cost transfer, 63,000. What was that?
Carnival, judges,
Figured Carnival would be there. Wonder what their expenditure is for Carnival, right?
I don't know, but I know they got some bands or whatever playing.
Insurance.
That's right.
Insurance.
Some of the nighttime entertainment.
Insurance, the demo derby stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to break down their own tail.
It's $3,000.
$2,000 increase. Anything else on Calhoun County Fair?
why would the summer extension be under the fair instead of under extension? The intern.
Where you at?
I'm still on the fair, but the
Summer
extension,
intern.
summer intern, why is that under the fair instead of under the extension?
The extension, like I said, more than that. And they may be partially paying while that person works on Thursday.
There's not a detailed line item budget last year.
there's nothing back here indicating that.
No, I'm gonna ask.
Just curiosity, just.
Jill O'Donnell.
Let me see if Jill is here.
Yeah. Go on to HHW, looks like the same. Recycle. See anything in recycle?
Don't see anything in there. Contractual services are down. Computer supplies are up. Net change on 3 different.
County Fair. 10,000, 10,000. Appraiser's office.
He's headed this way.
What was the question? Bob?
Like the
Extension summary term?
$250.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it kind of comes from the fair instead of from the extension.
Oh,
Oh, that's Darrell. Oh,
Yeah, Darrell, say that.
I didn't know Darrell, didn't see Darrell say that. We were just curious why the, extension summer intern came from the fair instead of from the extension.
Okay. For that week, there's an agreement for, the fair board pays 40% of her salary, we pay 60% of her salary for that week. Because during that week of fair, she not only does work for us, but she runs errands and things for the open class and that sort of thing for the fair board as well.
Explain
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Darrell.
You betcha.
Appraisers.
She's down 95,000.
I talked to Connie here when I first came on board, and again last year, she's always budgeted a lot more personnel costs than what her actuals are. And her response was that we didn't change it last year, and the response was that I'd like to keep funds there for emergency personnel costs. And I suggested to her, if there's an emergency, we're here to, in my opinion, we're here to take care of those emergency situations. But, she's lowered the projection this year from last year from 94,000. And well, that's, in the summary sheet that we received, the total of all the employees' projections for this year is 468. And I know that probably doesn't include that 3%, which would be another 13,000. So to me, we probably still got more set in the budget than what we need. But I have, Connie's going to have to verify that too.
Cody, I think she had a couple of people retired too, and I'm not sure that they're not gonna combine some of those.
Wasn't hiring that one back, she was going to replace one or two with
Yeah.
one.
That's the reason this 527 is probably overstated.
Well, until that employee's gone, she's got to kind of figure it until it's gone.
I don't see anything else that stands out though.
So based on, like I said, once again, we're into this 2020 annual. You got a difference of 60, you got a difference of 61,000. Maybe it's correct. I'm not.
Yeah, but she's got plenty of work on there. Looks like.
I think it's probably still overstated, but what we agree on.
Moving in the right direction.
Yeah, moving in the right foot, it's probably not quite enough for the code, but.
Housing authority?
Janitor's really good then.
Oh, sorry, skip janitor.
I already looked at it.
I looked at it, but.
Yeah.
Pretty short, so.
What we want.
Housing authority.
Questions on housing?
I don't think I would.
Health department?
See, there's one total wages and projected this year is 353, and we got 413 in the budget, which is a spread of 60,000.
Lindsay's got 6.5% in there. That's fine. Last.
Still 13, probably.
Yeah, very last page, she's got there.
Yeah, it's up here in this little.
Yeah.
Potential retirement expense.
I think she put the 3.5 instead of the 3 for.
No, for both in there. Let's call on and the 3% on top of it.
Oh, she put 3 on top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's.
It's a little bit more than what it should be.
Yeah.
She got a salary estimated here, Cody, at 390.
390.
And they base here at 353.
I see it down there now. I see it. Yeah.
See, that's 37,000, that's 8 or 9% difference.
Well, can we do that? Or wait till Wednesday? What? We do the next month, wait on
Sure,
it.
I'm for it. Conference.
Just like Crossland State was a year ago.
Should be down.
And the hospital's already done.
It's ambulance, but yeah, it's done, right?
The ambulance we already done.
So then no storage.
Historical Society, museum. Talk about the-
Oh, there it is.
You're back.
How may I help you?
Health Department salary.
Okay, can I look over Donna's shoulder while
Sure.
you're talking? Okay.
Your salary estimate,
Mhm.
2021 salary estimate, you've got COLA and the cushion on top of it.
Okay,
So you've got 3%.
so do you want me to take out
The 3.5.
the 3.5 in that column?
Yeah.
And then resubmit that column, or resubmit that sheet and change the front page?
Yeah.
That work?
Yeah.
Sure.
So your current year leave, I got 376, and the 2% would give me 388.
Sure. I can do it.
Thank you, Wendy.
I'll be right back.
Museum? Yes, no, no change.
Pretty well explained everything when she was in here.
Mm-hmm.
She's got it pretty well broken down.
Yeah, she did. It's good with that one.
I'm good.
COF?
Never change.
We're at the 3%.
Same. Economic development.
She'll need to include the 3%.
Got that. Sit back in there.
Okay. She's all done. do we?
Without having directors, that person, you need to change that personnel service.
I like.
I think we need to
just
hire a
leave it
director.
That way.
I think we need to take a serious look at this stuff.
Yeah.
Really do.
I mean, with everything, everything else going on, now's the time.
When construction market's so busy, they're running out of lumber. I think economic development is the key.
Take away Emporia and Olive and Schmidt's expanding right now. There's a lot of stuff going around us. You'd think we ought to have an opportunity to capture something.
Like I say, we won't be maybe in Emporia or Ottawa, but we'll be Coffee County.
Hospital, hospital,
Takes care of.
library. No change. Library employee benefits. No change.
We can't do much with about that either.
Conservation district. Haven't got it yet. Highway department. Down 4%, almost. 3.7% personnel services.
I wouldn't think personnel services ought to be jumping to that. So, you know, the actual 2018 2.1, 2019 2.2. And yet we got a budget in 21 2.5. To me, he's got that personnel deal overstated by a substantial amount. Compared to 18 and 19 actuals.
Yeah, but back in 18, we lost a lot of old employees that had pretty good salaries and brought young people in, and they're gonna be getting step increases each year or throughout time, so that's gonna raise it. And when you take 55 employees,
So we're talking about 12-13% difference too.
yeah, but
Take an increase of 2,248 to 255 here, for over $300,000. That would be substantial.
we usually.
I'm not saying we couldn't, I'm not saying it wouldn't be justified because we don't know the breakdown. But without the breakdown, that's gonna be hard to tell for sure.
Do you want me to see if we can come
I mean, we did adjust it.
Maybe hard for us to, we would need a breakdown for you to actually get a modified figure to work with. And like Bob said, we've had some retirements the last 2 years and replaced with a little bit lower pay.
That added up pretty quick.
I'm sorry?
That added up pretty
It
quick.
could change pretty quick,
So we
but
had 3 retired.
the 300 employee, you know, $300,000 difference is pretty good spread too.
So you want me to see if he'll submit a
I
details
wouldn't mind
on,
seeing a
on
detailed
People
personal
brought in,
services?
didn't come in for any less than what the people asked for either, basically.
That's the case quite often. You know, it's one of our largest departments, or is the largest. I wouldn't mind seeing a breakdown on it.
I'll
And that's
ask
not
him.
saying we need it today, but I would mind seeing a breakdown.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have the budget over, the actual, you know, is 33.26. It's 17-18% over.
Yeah.
So I'll have a breakdown of both.
Okay.
What's the latest date to approve the whole budget? Is that next week or is that, we get into the first week of July?
It's August,
Oh,
isn't it?
August. We don't have approved
So we
budget until
so we
August.
got a little bit,
Yeah.
little bit of time to get everything the right way.
I think the final's usually somewhere around like the 10th of August.
Yeah, it's first week or something in August.
It's usually
First
when
week
we
or
get
two
that part, they
of
come
August.
around
Take some time.
Research and extension.
It increased it 3,500 total. County sports got 5,500.
Well, in case they didn't, I'm probably gonna continue. Taking another for one of the extension officers. Noxious weed.
He said he couldn't give you any actuals from 19.
From 19.
Yeah, he said he didn't have any actuals because it was not expense coded out. It was coded 100, 200, 300, 400. So he could give you a total for actual for each of them, but he couldn't give you what was spent.
Has the road break?
No,
That was noxious weed.
Actually, for 19, I don't mind that.
It can be done if you want it.
So the question. There's not a line here that says 3% as far as cushion, but it is in this number. Do you want a separate line that says that?
What, where, huh?
Right here. So it's included in this,
Right,
but it's not on this. It's
Yeah, that-
included in here, just not line. Yep, so we removed it, changed that, put that here.
Yes.
We did that for that.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, if you want to make copies of those for everybody.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. We'll get it.
Okay,
Thank you, Linz.
thanks.
Oh,
No, noxious weed.
Noxious weed.
Not a whole lot of difference.
go over a 2-year period, salaries up, 16,000, which is 7 or 8%. That's,
By the time you do step increases.
I'm sorry,
By the time you do step increases in 3.
step increase in 3, it's, we don't have a breakdown, but it's probably accurate. Because the longevity pay, being going up $900, so we know we've got some jump step increases.
Should have brought our chairs down for this one.
I was glad when we moved back up there. This is not comfortable. See that, or just bring it all down here, arrange it.
But now we can ask Todd to get us the employee breakdown like the others. Employee benefits. Does that include those dollars for the HSA, or what does that come out?
Yeah, it'll come out of employee benefits, but we left it because we did really good on insurance this year.
So
Believe
we
it or
got it to
not.
cover.
So we kind of left it the same thing that we should be,
Okay.
Numbers that help.
It's 40.
So it's still on. Yeah. Unless it's not. The total at the bottom of the page didn't change, but everything else went down.
Good hunting, like that.
Figure it out real quick.
Depending on what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you do.
Just gonna say, yeah.
You have a total.
Working on it.
You got a new number?
The 655,705 is correct. Right?
No.
No?
Because the total personnel services isn't correct. We got, total personnel services should be 376,916 plus 930, which would be 385,946. Then 385,946 plus your contractual. Plus commodities. Plus capital outlay. Be 632,936.
How much?
632,936.
That'll be that county support down to 432.
That should be that, is that right? Or not?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, well, that was that. Okay, I might have to blend but.
Okay.
Fire district? That's what we're looking at. Are we gonna have to publish notice again, or does this, or do you know this?
On what?
For the percentage increase? For fire department, or do you know yet?
I do not know.
Hello.
Hello.
What?
Do you want this budget from the sheriff's office, or do you want me to come back?
Is it ready?
So you told me to do it. Thank you.
She didn't make copies.
Yeah. With sheriff and jail. Anything on fire department, fire district? Tourism?
I guess it's identical last year.
There isn't anything for solid waste.
Small increase, that's.
Made the personnel services go down, so longevity stayed the same.
Well, drop from 17 to 18 and 18 to 19.
Pretty significant 19.
Yeah.
And way back, after 20 years, way up.
That's going to next week.
The longevity didn't change, so it wasn't like there was.
Yeah.
Maybe personnel.
Well, I mean, someone went off, someone was already in the
System.
been in the system for 3 years this year, or whatever.
So on solid waste, you want to ask Wayne about his
Personal services to decrease from 18 to 19, but then once go back up. What did?
So this spreadsheet that we were given here 3 or 4 weeks ago. So the solid waste salaries at 158. Projection 195. So, you know, this is the third or fourth department who said that quite a bit of discrepancy between this and the projection. So I don't know exactly what's accurate.
From actual.
I don't know what's right and what's not. You got a difference there of $35,000. And that's the fourth or fifth one, it's been not too much different.
Miscellaneous. SOS, mental wellness.
So I know one question when Lindsay had was on mental wellness. She was wanting to see if she could have that a separate line item from her health department budget. So she could keep better track of it. That might be an ENG thing. Can you ask Angie about that, please?
Denise, do you know?
Separate department.
Could Lindsay have mental wellness separate from her health department? Something line item?
It's in her health department now.
I don't know if it's in there or if it's in Crosswinds. But she was wanting to have it its own line item. So she could keep it separate, easier.
Just have it 21. This is last year's.
I'll have her redo that one.
SOS. No change. CASA.
No? Is that the same as last year's?
For CASA.
CASA.
Yeah.
Everything's the same.
They didn't submit a budget request, but we always include it.
Yeah.
Do you want me to, you want to wait and work on, lake, sheriff, and jail next Monday?
Well, and we got to check the doctors next Monday too.
Probably.
That's fine. That way we got copies we can have in our book, is that correct?
Yeah.
Those won't fit, am I right?
No, they only gave us one copy,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
so I need to make the copies. And they're all different sizes, so it's gonna take me some time.
All right. Well, check the doctors next week. We'll adjourn at 2:04.
Brad, here to shut the video off.
Push the button right here. Hit this button, push that button, and it goes, something goes off, I'm not sure what.
You know, Don, this spreadsheet here doesn't tie into what the salary department is.
So I'd like to see that, because
Well, I don't know.
that's what my computer was
I don't know
going.
what the deal is. But even if you have 3%, then we're still small. Our full-time department.
So we went back and pulled old salary resolutions and compiled it in this spreadsheet.
But this 2019 actual, this all the actual. Then here's 2020 projection. And we've got a separation between here and here.
That sounds to me like we need to ask for line item, detail line item.
You're gonna leave this here today?
Yeah, so I can put the stuff in.
If you don't mind, I'll probably come back up and do some stuff. I'm gonna do some stuff. Because right now,